Check 1 2. Yes, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yes, check. check 1 2 check 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 1 2 check 1
Hi, Peter. Oh, are you sure?
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. One, two, check. 1, 2.
How do you mute?
Okay. So
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to Kenya, for those who are coming from outside Kenya. It's time now that we're going to start our meeting, and we're going to start with the security briefing. To start us with the security briefing, we are going to have the hotel security briefing. And Benjamin is here to take us through, just 2 minutes. Then I'll come in with the UNICEF security briefing. So colleagues, stay tuned for the security briefing. Thank you. Welcome, Benjamin.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moses. My name is Benjamin, as you have been told by Mr. Moses. On behalf of the hotel management, I take this opportunity to welcome you all to Nairobi Safari Club. As you know, security briefing and housekeeping is very important, because we don't anticipate what will happen in the next minute. Where you are located, I will start from location. You are at level 1. In case of any emergency evacuation, that is very important. How do we go about ourselves from outside to assembly points? We have 2 assembly points. One is located from the entrance point where you access the hotel. On the right, we have the space there. That is where we have 1 assembly point. The next one, we have a parking which is called annex. That is a part of this building. And how do we go to assembly points? We are from the center stairs here. The one those who came from the center stairs, just go down 1 step and then you turn right. That is you go to assembly point. In case or in a scenario where we cannot go through that place, you see this door marked fire exit. You just push the door 1 step down and then you turn left. It will lead you to outside of the hotel. Today we don't have any fire drill, so in case of an emergency evacuation given by the sounders, you'll advise to take it seriously. And again, as you know, just like in other places, in case you want to leave for the team break or during to lunch breakout, kindly take care of your belongings. That includes laptops, phones. And during lunchtime, we have enough security personnel. We will deploy security actually to watch about your items, because we don't have such scenarios, but it's good to be careful rather to be sorry. In washrooms, just from the straight on the corridor, on your right hand side, we have the gents and male washrooms. And during the lunch time, we have the restaurant, menu restaurant, where you will be taking lunch. Just go down one step and then you turn left. We have the restaurant called Savaro Restaurant. That is where you will be taking your lunch. Thank you for patronizing in our hotel, and do have a productive day, unless we have someone with the security concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benjamin. I think in case there'll be anything, they'll actually be able to reach out to you since you are within the complex. Thank you very much. Okay, Benjamin says Wi-Fi is open, so you can actually access the Wi-Fi. So colleagues, I'm now going to take you through the security briefing on my slides shown there. So maybe you can just go to the next slide. Actually, our scope is just to understand the threat environment in Nairobi and to provide guidance should anything happen during your stay in Nairobi. So next. So colleagues, in Nairobi, actually threats have been assessed, and these are 5 threats that we assess in the UN, but basically we deal with 4 threats, that is terrorism, crime, civil unrest, and hazards. So according to the assessment that has been conducted on all the threats in Nairobi, it has been found to be moderate, that is at level 3, which means that UN can continue with our operations without any problem. So that's why we are having this meeting outside the UN complex. Next. So colleagues, in Nairobi, actually, incidents that do happen in Nairobi mostly are robberies, and these robberies sometimes involve small firearms. So in case actually you become a victim during your stay in Nairobi, in case you become a victim of these robbery incidents, we say that do not resist. Because these are opportunists and they want to do something within a very short time possible and leave. So in case you resist, that's the time actually that they can harm you. But mostly the criminals around Nairobi here, just like any other big city, they're just after your laptop or your mobile phone. They just want to snatch it and then they run away with it. So the moment you resist, actually you kind of like keep it to yourself. That is when they'll harm you and then they leave without doing anything. So these criminal activities in Nairobi can take place anytime during the day and even at night. But currently, actually, given the fact that we have this big conference meeting that is happening here, the African Conference Summit, security in Nairobi has been beefed up. So for your stay here, stay relaxed, stay calm, but do not leave your belongings or do not expose your valuables. Criminals actually can also take advantage as much as we have enough security in place. Next. So guidance actually for the participants who are attending this meeting is that you have to choose suitable accommodations. For all UN staff actually who are in this meeting, or UNICEF staff members in this meeting, you know that you are supposed to stay in recommended hotels. So actually I think for now, up to this point, you guys, everybody has actually booked into the recommended hotels, so that should anything happen, you know, when things happen, that's when we start checking the boxes. So we see, were you in a recommended hotel? So it's good actually that you book into recommended hotels within the city. So colleagues, avoid all crowded areas. Because whenever there is any crowd anywhere, that's the time actually that criminals will want to take advantage. Maybe they want to cause mayhem, and then when people are running different directions, that's the time they get advantage or take advantage of stealing from people. So in case you want to move from one point to the other, colleagues, while in Nairobi, while in the city here, it's good actually that you take recommended taxis. For this case, actually, in this hotel, I'll ask you that you ask the hotel management to guide you in regard to the taxis that you can take from one point to the other. And if you're going to take an Uber, if you request for an Uber, actually of importance is that ensure that the details that you have on your mobile phone actually resembles or tallies with the mobile vehicle, the vehicle is coming to pick you. We've had incidences before of somebody taking an Uber, requesting an Uber, then the vehicle coming to pick him was a different vehicle with different registration number. Unfortunately, the person was picked by that vehicle. Then the incident that happened thereafter, it was very hard to trace that particular vehicle because the details were not the same. So ensure actually that the details you have on your mobile phone is the same vehicle, details of the vehicle coming to pick you. So when working, colleagues actually maintain the main roads. Do not take shortcuts or back alleys. So ensure actually that you take the main roads. But I'll encourage you actually not to walk. The best option actually is to take taxis. But for this case actually, because maybe you'll want to walk from one point to the other while you're in this meeting during the day, you walk as a group. I'll advise you that you walk as a group. Next. So colleagues, if in case maybe you're staying within the CBD here, do not walk at night. Do not walk at night, whether in a group or as an individual. Be wary of people loitering outside the hotels, because outside this hotel you might find people who are just loitering out there and they're asking, maybe you step out, they say, do you want taxi, do you want taxi? Please be wary of those people, because these are non-branded taxis that if you hike a lift on that vehicles, you never know where that person can actually take you a different, not to your destination. So in case you're going to move from one point to the other, please inform your colleagues of your movement. And for what is happening, actually, I know we have television in the hotel rooms where we are staying in. Please be informed of the local media or read whatever is happening. Actually, inform yourself, get informed of what is happening. I suppose, actually, because most of us are UN staff or UNICEF staff, we have the electronic travel application, advisory app on our phones. So I'll request that actually you put that electronic travel application into geo location. Put it on so that in case of any communication from the UN in Nairobi, then you'll be able actually to get any notification. So colleagues, we have a lot of security personnel within the city, and in case of any operation, you have to actually cooperate with the security apparatus within the city. So in case you're going to be told actually to provide your identification, colleagues, it's good actually that you provide your identification. We have the meeting badges, it's good to have with you, and also the UNLP or the ground pass from your duty station. So it's good actually to have any form of identification so that should you be told actually to identify yourself, you can actually produce that identification with with ease. Next. So colleagues, it's good actually that you have the emergency numbers registered in your mobile phone so that should anything happen, it'll be easy for you to get help or assistance or guidance. So in the next slide, I'm going to give you the emergency contacts for UNICEF, UNDSS in Nairobi, and the Joint Medical Services in Nairobi. So colleagues, ensure actually your mobile phones are fully charged all the time in case maybe you'll want to move from one point to the other and you need to make a call. Actually, you have fully operational mobile phone. So we have street children in Nairobi, so it's good actually that you also ignore them as much as UNICEF is really concerned with the children and mothers. So it's good actually that you ignore those street children, because at times there are people who are using these street children just to come and lure you. Then at the time maybe you kind of like respond rudely to that particular child, then the person actually or the people who have sent that child will come for you. So please ignore those children actually, because some of them will kind of like confuse you. Then pickpockets will be taking advantage of that situation. Next. So colleagues, make use of the hotel safes that we have in the rooms. You know, if you have valuables, please keep them in the safes that are provided in the rooms. Do not carry a lot of cash with you if you are not intending to use. So please keep them in the hotel rooms. Also, do not carry your credit cards if you are not going to use it. So it's good actually that you keep it in the hotel room, in the hotel safes that are provided. In case you're staying in a hotel room that does not have the safe, please, you can actually deposit your valuables with the hotel reception. And then that one you are going to get it when you need it. Please do not display wealth, or I mean as in jewelry. These are things that actually can attract bad guys. Also, in Nairobi, don't count our money in the public, you know. The other countries, when you go, you can actually count your money in public. You even find money changers on the streets. But in Nairobi, we don't do that. So if you want actually to do some exchange rates, you can actually go to the bank. Then you get the Kenyan currency if you have maybe dollars. But we don't do it actually on the streets. So avoid displaying all those things, because these ones are things that attract the bad guys. These are what we call valuable and attractive. Please ensure where you are located. In case you are going to visit the malls in the CB in town in Nairobi, please ensure you have exit strategy. And also in the hotel rooms or in the hotel where you are staying in, ensure actually you know where the exits are located. For example, in this room, you have to know where the exits are located. Right behind here, we have what we call fire exit. That's an exit point. So in case of anything in this room, please, we can actually all exit through that point. In case of an active shooter maybe coming from the main entrance, what we have to do is that we have to exit through the exit point that is shown there. So tell someone where you're going. In case you don't come back in time, actually he or she will be able to report about your whereabouts. So do not just sneak out from among your colleagues. Please inform your colleague of your movement. Yes, next. So colleagues, we've had cases before of drinks being spiked. You come to Nairobi, you get into a joint, you meet a friend, then that particular person invites you for a drink. Then at the end of the day, your drink is spiked. So you find that you are being they steal from you. So do not accept food or drinks from strangers, people whom you do not know. You meet with somebody in a club, and then you become good friends for a very short time. Then remember actually that the moment the good friend you meet can actually be a potential criminal who wants to steal from you. So always desist from entertaining drinks or a stranger who is buying you drink or food. So ensure you do not divulge any information to anybody actually who makes a call, or you can actually get a call from maybe the mobile subscribers. They ask you that we are calling you from the mobile providers, so they want to ask you some more questions. Please do not entertain somebody who calls you whom you do not know. Because of late actually we've had a lot of fraud cases, people pretending or to be calling from the mobile subscribers, or from the bank. They want to get your information, but they'll use this information actually to steal from you. So colleagues, desist from giving out information in that regard. Next. So colleagues, these are the emergency contacts that we have. The first, we have Emergency Security UNICEF Security Operations Center. In case of anything, that number is operational 24/7. You need to get assistance, then you call that number, you'll be able to be guided. We have the UNDSS, that's UN Security. Operational 24/7, you call that number in case you are in a problem. You can actually be guided, or they can come to your aid or to your rescue. We have the diplomatic police. This is a unit of police that is formed to help members of the UN and the diplomatic community in Kenya. In case you have any problem, you can actually reach out to that number. So the last number here, we have the joint medical services. In case maybe you fall sick in the middle of the night, you need assistance, you call that number, they'll be able to guide you and on where to get assistance. Next. So colleagues, in summary, actually you have to know the threats within your environment all the time. What we say is that maintain situational awareness. Know what is happening close to where you are. Do not actually use your mobile phone when you are walking. Always maintain situational awareness around you. You have to be prepared all the time, because we never know whenever an eventuality will strike. Understand and follow the security recommendations and procedures that have been put down in the hotels and anywhere where you visit. You are supposed to go through security check. Please comply. Do not say that I'm an international civil servant, so I'll not go through the security check. I have the immunity. No. Security checks are for all of us. So it's good actually that you comply to that. Next. So colleagues, that brings me to the end of my security briefing. Pending any question, maybe any clarification. Any question, colleagues? Otherwise, during your stay, actually, you are going to move from this venue, maybe going to the Ministry of Education, and the areas where you're going to move along, actually, there'll be road blockage because of this meeting that is ongoing. So during that time, I'll request ladies in the room, when you'll be going, actually, visiting the Ministry of Education, I'll request Helen that you're going to take a walk. Just walk from here to that particular place, because moving by vehicle is going to be hectic because of traffic snarl-up. And you will actually take a lot of time being in a bus or in a van. So the best option is just to walk. So ladies in the room, please, you can actually wear shoes that can allow you to walk. Do not wear shoes that actually will take you time or you'll have problem to walk. Hope that is clear. I'm sorry for that because, you know, but for safety purposes, you know, for your safety, just to walk from here, for you to walk comfortably, just have shoes that can enable you to walk without any problem. Any question? Otherwise, thank you very much and wish you a safe stay in Nairobi. We also have a national park within the city here. So for those who are coming out from out of Nairobi or out of Kenya, you can actually find time after the meeting, you tour the national park here and see how Nairobi is. Otherwise, thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for that security briefing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frederick Haga. I work for the Ministry of Education. I head the Directorate of Special Needs Education. This is the directorate that coordinates the provision of education services for learners with disabilities and other special needs in this country. And I'm really happy that my team leader, the Director General, is able to join us this morning, and we will be hearing from him later on. So it is my pleasure and honor to welcome all of us today, especially those who have come from other countries. Really feel welcome. We are happy to have you here, and I believe that this is going to be a learning event, as it has been called, and that at the end of the 3 days, both the Kenyans and those from outside Kenya will have something to take back with them in the different offices that they'll, as a result of the learning engagement that we are going to have. I know it is proper that we get to know who's here, and I'll request my colleague Ellen Crow, who the Ministry of Education and the UNICEF office, both the country office and the regional office, we have been working together to plan for this, and it is really our excitement that we've been able to make it to this place. So Ellen, please, could you lead the introduction of the participants?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haga. And once again, welcome in Nairobi. My name is Hélène Crow, education specialist. And I'm very happy on behalf of Kenya Country Office and regional and UNICEF Regional Office to also support the organization of this this meeting. And thank you again to Mr. Haga for the coordination from the ministry side. So we would like now to hear from you. Please introduce yourself, the country where you come from and the position, and then we can go ahead with the opening session. Can we start here?
Good morning. My name is Daniel Sanoe. I come from Kenya Institute of Special Education. I work as Deputy Director.
Good morning. My name is Tabitha Rotich from Kenya Royal Media Services.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Wangoi, the Inclusive Education Fellow from UNICEF ESARO.
My name is Kennedy Buhere, Minister of Education, Kenya.
Good morning to you all. I'm Khalid Henga from Minister of Education, mainland Tanzania. I'm a KIX focal person. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wakuru Manini. I come from Ministry of Education, Directorate of Special Needs Education, expert on inclusive education.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ayubu Kafyulilo, Education Specialist from UNICEF Tanzania.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to Kenya. My name is Constance Kwaku, Education Specialist, Kenya Country Office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Waida, Education Officer with UNICEF Kenya office.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Peter Kinyua from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, curriculum specialist in the area of special needs education.
Good morning. Celine Mutisia, Kenya Institute for the Blind, Ministry of Education, Kenya, in charge of educational resources.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernardine Mkachizima, working in UNICEF Rwanda country office as education specialist. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zuena Mohamed Nasor from Tanzania, Zanzibar. I'm inclusive education officer from Ministry of Education and Vocational Training in inclusive education and in inclusive education and life skill unit. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Yumna Manga Omar, all the way from the beautiful islands of Zanzibar. And I'm here under the Federation of People with Disabilities Zanzibar. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salima Mohamed Hamisi from Inclusive Education Life for Scale from Zanzibar.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Luta from Ministry of Education Headquarters, Kenya, Directorate of Special Needs Education, Officer in charge of sensitization on SNE, inclusive education, adapted sports, and ICT integration for our learners and trainees with disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria, a reporter from Kenya News Agency.
Good morning. My name is Nice Wamboi from Kenya News Agency.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Francis Getau, Curriculum Support Officer for Special Needs Education from Kiambu Educational Assessment and Resource Center. Karibuni sana Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Ann Gatia, the Kenya KIX focal point, and also working with Kenya National Examinations Council.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Valentino Zimpita. I'm the KIX focal point person, Malawi, and Deputy Director Higher Education in the Ministry of Education. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Anne Maston. I'm Education Officer, UNICEF Malawi.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Chifunilo Manga Kamwendo, working with the Ministry of Education in Malawi in the Teacher Education and Development Department. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hastings Magombo from the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Inclusive Education in Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yvonne Boyer. I work for UNESCO ICWA. I'm part of the KIX Secretariat. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elias Abdi. I work at the Ministry of Education, Kenya. I'm the Director General, State Department of Basic Education at the Ministry of Education. So I'll later give some remarks, but mine is just to welcome you. And later, I'm told in the afternoon, the team will be with us at the Ministry of Education headquarters. So you're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Martha Krapa from the Ministry of Education, Kenya. I'm the Global Partnership for Education Focal Point for Kenya. Thank you and welcome to Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. I am Makabelo Cecilia Setlabo from Ministry of Education in Lesotho. in the Department of Curriculum Development. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mapabalo Setlab, working in the Ministry of Education and Training in Lesotho, in the Special Education Unit as the Manager Special Education. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Motsewa Nolwazi Shabalala, and I'm from UNICEF Lesotho in the Basic Education and Adolescent Development section, working as the Adolescent Development Specialist for Learning and Skills. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mahube Galengwan. I am from Lesotho Ministry of Education and Training, working as Chief Education Officer on Curriculum and Assessment, and I'm also the KIX Africa person. Thank you.
Has everybody introduced themselves? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, please feel very welcome, and we are happy to have you here. Just before we start and hear from our chief guest, I will request that Elizabeth Whiter of UNICEF to come and just take us through what we expect to go through over the next 3 days. And then after that, we'll have Anne Gatia to kick us off with the KIX, comments from the KIX office. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I'm Elizabeth Waida, as I introduced myself, from UNICEF Kenya. We are really delighted to have you and looking forward to 3 days of quality interaction and learning from each other. Mine is a very simple task, just to take us through our 3 days program. And in the package that you are given, there is the program. You can get a hard copy from it. And due to time, I'll not read word for word, but just to do an overview of the program, just to familiarize ourselves with what we have for the 3 days. If you open to page 3, I'll not read the context. I'll request that you read that on your free time, and the roles and the objectives of the event. We go to the program. That is on page 3. And we also have it on the screen. So we are already done our registration and security briefing. And now we are on the 3rd session, that is the opening session, and walking through the agenda. So today we'll be having a session where we'll be taken through the UNICEF region mapping. All the countries that are here, we did the assessment last year where we were able to gauge ourselves on where we are. So for this session, we'll have a run through on the assessment that was done for the Kenya country. Then thereafter, we'll have a health break that is for 30 minutes. And then we'll get into the panel discussions. And this will be chaired by Mr. Frederick Hager. And then we'll have the representatives from the visiting countries, that is Tanzania, mainland, Malawi, and Tanzania. That will be between 11 and 11:30. So thereafter, we'll also have the representatives from Lesotho, Malawi, and Rwanda, also doing a plenary between panel discussions between 11:30. I'm not reading what we'll go through. We can see the content of the panel discussions. And thereafter, we'll be proceeding for lunch. That is around 12:30 to 13:15. So that is a 45 lunch break. Then at around 1:30, we'll be taking we are saying it's a health walk from here to the ministry. For about 15 minutes, we should be able to get to the ministry headquarters. Then in the afternoon, we'll have the on-site visit. That is at the Ministry of Education headquarters. and will be directed to get to second floor of Jogo House, and we'll have the discussions around finance and capitation grant. Thereafter, so that will mark the end of today's activities, and we should be able to get back to the hotel probably by 4 p.m. or thereabout. Then day 2, if you can go to day 2, we anticipate that we'll assemble here at 8:15, and due to the climate summit, we are really urging that if we cannot observe time, because there will be a bit of commuting in between, so that we can manage our time effectively. So we should be here by 8:15 and depart for Kenya Institute of Special Education, where we'll be having our learning experience on what KISE, as we refer them to, for our learning experience. So we should be there by 8:45, and then we will interact on the teacher training and support. Then we also have, sorry, just a minute. I think my pages are a bit disarranged. Just a minute. Anyway, I can go through the what we have on the screen. And so thereafter, we'll be at KISE between 8:45 and 12:45. And so we'll be walked through teacher training and support, and also the universal design for learning and the disability inclusion area. Then we will proceed from there to Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. That's where we arrive, and we have our lunch break. And thereafter, we will interact on the inclusive curriculum and accessible learning materials, and also the visit of the Kenya Institute for the Curriculum Development. So we should be there the whole of afternoon tomorrow, and that will mark the end of day 2. Allow me not to read all those who will be in charge of the sessions, since we have the hard copies that we can interact with. Then day 3 will also have the third and the last day of our program. We target to visit 2 schools where we can interact with the schools and get to know how the capitation grants are used, and also what are the teachers and students' experience of curriculum and universal design for learning, teacher training and exam arrangements. So we will be able to interact with 2 schools. So we will split the groups into 2, so that we are able to visit the 2 schools within the time slotted. And then we'll have lunch here at the hotel. So we'll all assemble here, so that we can have a session in the afternoon just for reflections and also just feedback on how the experiential learning for the 3 days has been, and that will conclude our three-day program. I think I did a quick run, but we'll be able to update each other as we move along. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Anne Gatia from the Ministry of Education, KIX Focal Point.
Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to Kenya. It's a lovely country with very good climate, and I hope that you'll enjoy your stay. So just a small brief about KIX. I'm sure majority of us are either focal points or have known something about KIX. And KIX is actually, they have many hubs, but where we are is the KIX Africa 19 hub, composed of 19 countries, and Kenya is one of them. And majority of the countries that are here today also belong to the KIX Africa 19 hub. It is also funded or coordinated by a consortium of GPE, and we have our GPE focal point, Martha, for Kenya here. IDRC, we also have the African Union and UNICEF ESARO, and lastly UNESCO ICBA. Those are the main coordinators for KIX Africa 19 hub. This hub started all the way in 2020, but because of the COVID, there was a bit of slow takeoff. But again, we went virtual in most of the activities. The main purpose of KIX Africa 19 hub is to share knowledge across the different countries, share innovations, like what we are here today, that we'll be learning a lot from Kenya. At the same time, we shall be learning a lot from the 4 countries that have come to visit Kenya. The KIX Africa 19 hub, again, has 6 thematic areas. One is to improve teaching and learning, to strengthen the learning assessment systems, to strengthen the early childhood education, issues to do with gender equality in and through education. And the one that brings us here is that leaving no one behind, so that no child is left behind. That is inclusive education. And finally, meeting the data challenge. So those are the 6 thematic areas that KIX is focusing on. Of course, with the second phase, then that may change depending on the priorities that the countries do give through the rapid and survey assessments that are done. Kenya has been involved in a majority of activities, and the most successful that Kenya has been involved is that Kenya was the first country to hold a national dialogue where we brought in stakeholders from the government, we brought in the civil society, the NGOs, and the development partners to discuss the 6 thematic areas. And at the end of it, there was a call for action where we reflected as a country, where are we in terms of those thematic areas. Kenya has also been able to participate in the various webinars that are actually organized mostly by Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gatia. I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Wangani Grace Taulo from UNICEF Regional Office, Regional Education Advisor.
Good morning. I hope everybody had a safe trip to Nairobi. It's quite a busy moment, and we are very grateful to the Nairobi government, particularly also the Minister of Education, for hosting us. It isn't easy with the traffic. I missed my venue, being new to Nairobi as well, barely 2 months. I went to Safari Park Hotel instead of coming here, but just as well, I am here. Thank you so much. So I think we are meeting for these next 3 days on a very critical topic: disability inclusion in education. I think this is a topic that everybody cares about in the context of truly inclusive education systems. And yet we know that in this particular region we have about 28 million children with disabilities, and their chances of being in education systems are very slow, and they are at 42% less likely than their peers without disabilities to have basic reading and math skills. And their chances of being out of school are also much higher than learners without disabilities. Statistics show that in this region, about 49% of the children with disabilities are likely to be out of school. And yet, we know all countries have signed up to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and committed to improving inclusive education. We also know that fulfilling the right to education is an enabler for all other rights. And this is not different for learners with disabilities. And it is our duty to give every child, according to their abilities, an equal chance to be able to grow within their community and contribute to their community. And in this context, we know that quality inclusive education is about giving all children the same opportunity to learn within their communities, and also giving them the right to live their family environment and culture while also attending school and learning with their brothers, sisters, and their neighbors. For us to actually achieve inclusive education, we need to be transformative. And this transformation needs to happen at the cultural level, at the policy, but also at the practice level. And as practitioners responsible for providing inclusive education, it is our task to remove all the barriers and also strengthen the capacity at systems level to reach all learners. And for a truly inclusive education system, there are a couple of dimensions that we need to address. One, around social norms, particularly at the community level, where we need to change parental beliefs and also other practices that subject children with disabilities to bullying and also being treated differently than their peers. Similarly, at the school level, the teachers also need to change their culture. Financial support, this is critical. And in many cases, when education ministries allocate resources, there is barely adequate funding allocated to learners with disabilities. And increasingly, we are encouraging that when allocating education budgets, we need to start with those that are most left behind. And children with disabilities constitute a large number of that group. Teacher training needs to be inclusive. At the bare minimum, we need to give teachers the basics to support learners with disabilities, from screening and from profiling practices that will help these learners to be included in all teaching. Learning assessments, similarly, that's a critical area that we need to address. And for us to particularly support learners to truly learn, we need also to ensure that they have the devices and support they need to be participating effectively in the school system. UNICEF, it is our mandate to ensure that every child is in school, and for such we are prioritizing inclusive disability inclusive education, to ensure that we are promoting supportive laws and policies and also improving the quality of the learning environment, developing teaching and learning materials, building capacities of human resource and institutions, and also changing negative attitudes so that we can reach every child. Increasingly, we're also working on ensuring that we are having the data and the evidence to showcase what works for truly inclusive education system. On this particular event, in the past few months, UNICEF East and Southern Africa region, we developed a regional mapping of East and Southern African countries' progress towards disability inclusive education. The outcomes of that mapping will be presented here. The good news is that the mapping shows that countries are making efforts and are taking progressive action towards inclusion. However, we still have significant gaps. We also note that the mapping shows that there's full and interesting and helpful information for governments and their partners that they can use to transform their systems. And in this KIX event, we propose that we do some deep dive into understanding some of these best practices, as has been demonstrated by Kenya. I'm sure we're all looking forward to learning. So in these 3 days, we want to explore the successes and challenges that are faced by the Kenyan government in promoting inclusive education for learners with disabilities, and how we can use this knowledge to harness our own context for the benefit of these children. Particularly, we want to provide, to look at how Kenya has provided adequate funding, maybe not 100%, but aiming for that to support learners with disabilities, how they are doing training, and also supporting teachers, and also looking at materials and adjustments of the curriculum. As I indicated earlier on, we are very grateful for the Kenyan government and also our own UNICEF Kenya country office for supporting this particular program, and also welcoming the participants to take this opportunity to interact with this particular initiative. And on the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange Africa Hub, we want to acknowledge the support that they are providing, because they are actually funding this particular event. And we also have some colleagues from the hub that are present today. And also the Knowledge and Exchange Hub platform within the KIX program is a joint initiative between the Global Partnership for Education and the International Development and Research Center, IDRC. And this hub is dedicated to facilitating effective exchange mobilization and utilization of evidence and innovation for education policy reviews, formulation, and also implementation currently across 19 Anglophone countries in East, West, and Southern Africa. The partnership is comprised of UNICEF East and Southern Africa, which is ourselves, UNICEF ICBA, the International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa, but also the mother body for African development, the African Union. And the goal of this particular hub is to be a one-stop knowledge and innovation exchange forum for African education stakeholders, but also to connect expertise, innovation, and knowledge to support Anglophone countries in Africa to build strong education systems and accelerate progress towards SDG 4. And also the goal behind the KIX Africa Hub, KIX as most people call it, is to promote exchange, mobilization, and utilization of evidence, knowledge, and innovation for education policy review, formulation, and implementation. Lastly, I want to urge participants, particularly those visiting from Lesotho, Malawi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, to engage actively in the discussions, share their experiences, even where there are gaps, even where there are failures. I think it's the only way that we can collaborate and learn together and move forward progressively. And also we need to identify at the end of these 3 days tangible steps that will lead to enhanced inclusive education policies and practices in these countries as well. And then the knowledge and insights that we are going to gain in these 3 days have the potential to transform education landscape in the region and eventually across Africa to ensure that no child is left behind. Again, it is with gratitude to the Kenyan government and of course all our partners, particularly KIX and the supporting partners GPE and IDRC and all participants and also all the delegates that I am hoping that these 3 days is going to be a catalyst of our journey towards more inclusive and equitable education. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Taolo. I would like now to give the floor to Dr. Elias Abdi, Director General of the Kenya Ministry of Education.
Bismillah. Colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Kenya, colleagues from the Ministry of Education from the region, Tanzania, Malawi, Lesotho. I'm told the colleagues from Rwanda were not able to come, but we always interact very closely with officials from the region. UNICEF team and the rest of the invited guests, all protocol observed. Good morning. Well, we've just come from over the weekend from Huye in Rwanda and also from Arua in Uganda, where in Uganda we had the secondary schools music, drama and dance festivals. So the students just came back over the weekend. And then in Huye we had the Federation of East African Secondary School Sports activities, where we closely interact on annual basis with our East African education sector, colleagues. And I just want to say that out of the close to 1,000 children we took to Huye in Rwanda, we had a number of our children with disability participating also in the ball games and the sports and in the athletics. In Arua, we had a large team also. It was very inclusive. It's only that Nakuru is slightly a bit far, but if the school was just near, I would have requested the Ngala School for the Deaf, maybe to show you a Scottish dance here. They performed very well in Arua. So I just want to start by appreciating the team that has really worked on this study and this interaction that we have had over the few months that culminated into this report. We at the Ministry of Education Kenya, the support that we have been given this specific subsector on special needs education has been evolving over the years. We have made a lot of effort in ensuring that our children, especially those living with disability, are not an afterthought. They're always there because the thing is, it is their right. And it has been rightly noted, we are a signatory to the UN Convention on Disability. And so a lot of effort has been made in entrenching the requirements of ensuring that these children receive education. At the Ministry of Education, we are organized into 3 departments. We have the Department of Basic Education that is hosting you, working with you. We have the Department of TVET and the Department of University and Research. And all those departments are led by a principal secretary. In the past, we used to call them permanent secretaries. And then we have got 1 minister or cabinet secretary. And in the Department of Basic Education, we, for the last almost 7 years, we have decided to have a standalone directorate that is in charge of special needs education, led by Haga there. And with this effort that we have made, having a standalone directorate, a lot of effort has been made, both at the policy level and also the practice level. You are aware that we have a policy on learners with special needs education, providing education, how we should provide education, together with its implementation matrix. And we have been moving towards the inclusive aspect, so that for some time we have had schools that are standalone, and the team, I'm sure, will be taking you into detail later. They will be sharing the experiences. But when it comes to the primary school subsector, for example, we have around 300 standalone primary schools that are targeting children with special needs. Those living the HI, the VI, the mental handicap, autism, and so on. Secondary education, we have around 38 standalone secondary schools. But many of our schools are integrated. For example, the Kenyans who are here know that a school like Nakuru High School, for example, has a team, or has some children that are blind, and learning alongside those other children. So a lot of effort has gone into this. And on the area of starting, that early identification, what we are calling the Education Assessment Research Centers. All our 47 counties have an EAC center. And I'm sure there's an official there who has introduced himself from Kiambu. He's a curriculum support officer based in the Kiambu EAC center. That's where we identify the kind of disability our children are living with in these EAC centers, because the country is divided into 8 regions, 47 counties, almost 380 sub-counties. And so every county, especially at the county headquarters, we have these identification centers. Mainly we have identified the county headquarters because it's also close to, you know, the main government hospitals. And you'll realize, the team will tell you later that many of our special needs education are also institutions are mainly also close to the county education, I mean the county headquarters, because of the hospital facilities that we also have there. But these centers are also equipped to some level, equipment that we use to identify, you know, the kind of disabilities, you know, equipment on hearing, brailles, and so on. So we have made an effort in terms of also ensuring that we provide for, you know, training of our teachers. There are two national institutions at the headquarters here based in Nairobi, the Kenya Institute of Special Education, where Sanoi comes from. I'm told you'll be there tomorrow. The Kenya Institute of Special Education is an old institution that has been training teachers, especially on in-service basis. But the team will also, I'm sure, tell you that the sector at the moment is undergoing reforms. When His Excellency President William Ruto came into office last year, one of the first things he did was to form a presidential working party on education reforms. This working party, and I'm sure Haga will also organize for ensuring that you receive a presentation, especially what the reforms are saying on the special needs subsector. Sanoi should be able to do that in a very short time. He was part of the secretariat. And what is coming out is that when it comes to teacher training, we'll also open up for high school leavers. In the past, we were training teachers who were already trained. So this time, Form 4 leavers will also, you know, go for pre-service teacher education and in-service teacher, you know, training. We also have another national institution. I don't know that you will have time to go, just located next to Wilson Airport, the Kenya Institute of the Blind. Kenya Institute of the Blind is an institution mainly that deals in the production of materials, especially, you know, converting textbooks to braille, you know, books that can be used in the schools. We've made a lot of progress, especially in the area of ensuring that we have inclusive, you know, and accessible learning and teaching materials for our children with special needs. You know, in the past we had challenges where when we supply textbooks to the other students, after some time, you know, people started, oh, have we supplied books to the rest? You know, that's the time people run up and down. But with Haga and the team now in place, all our children are provided for at the same time. And so whether it's large print, braille books, you know, all the support that they require, we do it together with the rest. And so on the area of financing, I'm sure we've made a lot of effort in ensuring that we provide for our children with special needs. But I would say we are not yet there. We're not at 100% in terms of catering for all the children. But I'm sure the Presidential Working Party report has also recommended, you know, increasing capitation for children with disability. And we have made, you know, effort in ensuring that we support our children with disability. An example, for example, is that when it comes to secondary education, our capitation for the children, the flat rate capitation is 22,240 Kenyan shillings. Maybe those colleagues coming from outside of the country, the exchange rate is $1 now for around 47 Kenyan shillings. And then when we have that flat rate for all the children, all the students, on top of that we have a top-up grant for the children living with disability to the tune of 35,000 Kenyan shillings. So in total, we give around 57,000 Kenyan shillings, you know, the children, you know, living with disability. Primary subsector, we also have some top-up in terms of supporting the education of these children, because one textbook of an ordinary book for the children who are living, children with no disability, might end up becoming 3, 4, or 5 books when you have to convert it to Braille. It's expensive, of course, providing education to these children. And at the national level also, as a country, we have made a lot of effort in ensuring that even after they complete school, these children are accessible to, after completing school, they're accessible to work opportunities and so on. Because at the national level, we have got the National Council for Persons Living with Disability. This is a government prostatal that ensures that all the issues of people living with disability is put at the center stage, especially at the political level. They are the voice, of mainly people living with disability. We have a law in the country, in our constitution, it's a requirement. If we are forming, for example, a committee, or even the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms I was just talking about, if you look at the composition of the membership, people from the disability community are represented there. So that issues of disability are always at the center, and they are taken care of at that level. So, for example, at the workplace, when it comes even in formal government employment, people living with disability in terms of even the income tax and the payments of taxes in their pay slip, they do not pay taxes. The payee, is waived for them. In terms of even at the age of retirement, those living without disability, those who are not disabled, retire at 60 years. But those living with disability retire at 65 years. So provisions have been made, in the mainstream, within the working environment, even after leaving school. But all I just want to say is, in terms of ensuring that these children access education, it is a requirement, and it is by law. So sometimes at the ministry we enforce this. Parents who do not take their children to school with disability, they even, summoned and so on, and these children we ensure that these children are taken to school. And if need be, we end up using, some level of force. Because basic education is free and compulsory. And we liaise with our local administration, the chiefs at that level, and ensuring that these children are able to access education. And in terms of ensuring that they get quality education, the teacher training element, ensuring that we provide the textbooks, the teaching and learning materials, we've made an effort in that aspects. And ensuring that we also make follow-ups in terms of the area of quality assurance and providing quality and feedback in these schools. We have the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards, and there are officials within that directorate who are also well-trained in terms of providing support to the teachers in the classroom, briefing them. Some countries, of course, you call it the inspectorate unit of the ministry that quality assures and provides support to these teachers. So we have made an effort, but I'm sure we also have still some challenges within our, education when it comes to providing children with, providing for children with special needs. We have not reached all of them. They still have tendencies where parents, a number of parents are not, could be keeping the children at home and may not be able to bring them to school and so on, seek education services. And that is something that we continuously enforce. We have also challenges in form of having adequate number of trained teachers in this particular area. And that's why now we want to really improve on our, pre-service teacher support, in-service teacher support, and all the mechanisms that ensure that we have number of teachers provided for. On the area of teaching and learning materials, I would say that we do provide, but again, there's still challenges. Of course, in terms of providing for the school infrastructure, ensuring that our school, infrastructure are disability friendly, it's an effort that we have been making, and as it is rightly noted in the report, we have made quite a good, huge success in ensuring that our school facilities are disability friendly. And even when you come later to the Ministry of Education headquarters, you will also realize we have made effort. It's a requirement. It's in every law, even this hotel, every building within, public places. These facilities have to be made disability friendly. So that is maybe an overview of generally what we are making as a sector in terms of ensuring that we provide inclusive education within this country. Of course, Haga and the team, we are mainly in the Department of Basic Education, but we also have learners in the TVET subsector, in the universities, who are also special needs, because after basic education, they transit to the tertiary institutions. And we work also closely with the TVET subsector and the university and research subsector, where we also support these learners in ensuring that they continue with their education. So mine is to appreciate the effort that has gone into this, especially the support from the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange Africa Hub 19, that is mainly targeting the Anglophone African countries. It's good we have Mother Ekrapa here, our focal officer of GPE, also from the Ministry of Education, and Gatia, the team that has been working on this, the UNICEF colleagues for the support you have given us. This actually idea of the KIX idea was born sometimes back. I think, is it 3 or 4 years now? How many years now? 3 years, because when this idea came into being, actually for us in Kenya, we were at the board of the GPE, we were representing the Anglophone countries. And this proposal came so that we can have exchange of knowledge, that South-South exchange of knowledge. And it is important that whatever ideas that we come up with, especially on these thematic areas, special needs education is a thematic area that has been a bit challenging in terms of reaching all these children. So the knowledge and ideas that we come up with here, let us please put it into practice back at home or the countries, the ministries where we come from, so that we're able to reach these all children in terms of access, ensuring that they are taken to school, and also supporting them within the classroom, and ensuring that they are also, they transit to the next level of education, be it TVET, university, and so on. So with those few remarks, I just want to officially declare this particular learning event on disability inclusive education in Eastern and Southern Africa, workshop officially opened. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. I really would like to thank you, Mr. Director General, for taking the time to give us a highlight of what the government is doing in terms of disability inclusive education. I think we were right to target Kenya because we can see that we have lots of things to learn from the Kenya government. And I would like also to thank our officials for making their time, for their availability. This speech has closed the opening session, so thank you very much. We will now turn to our speaker online, who is Peter Grimes. He is the Director of Beyond Education, and he will be presenting the findings of the regional mapping on disability inclusive education that he has done with his team, looking at the progress of the Eastern and Southern Africa countries toward disability inclusive education. It's a work that has been done in 2022 thanks to country teams, and actually some of you are here in the room coming from Malawi, coming from Tanzania. You have contributed through national workshop to assess where your countries are in terms of progress toward disability inclusive education, and here are the findings of this regional mapping. Peter, are you with us? Do you hear us? Do you hear me?
Yes, I do. I'm here.
So the volume is a bit low. If it can be fixed, and then we will be listening to you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very low, with the volume very low.
I think it may be at your end. Hello?
Peter, do you
Hello?
hear me? Peter, do you hear
Hello?
me? We can hear you in the room.
Yes.
Can you? Okay, so now it's just perfect. If you can go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, we'll start.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, well, thank you very much for asking Beyond Education to make this presentation today. I think many of you in the room we've met before, but for those of you, if this is the first time, my name is Dr. Peter Grimes. I'm the Director of Beyond Education. I'm joined by two of our team today, Lester and Diane, who help to support the mapping and roadmap of disability inclusive education in Eastern and Southern Africa. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So the purpose was to map the progress of countries and UNICEF programs in Eastern and Southern Africa in advanced and inclusive quality education for all children, but particularly focused on children with disabilities. Important to stress that we covered pre-primary, primary and lower secondary levels. We didn't go beyond that. Undertake a review of inclusive quality education policies and practice to identify the successful practices, innovative approaches and the gaps. And hopefully we'll be sharing some of those with you today. And the idea was that this would inform the development of a roadmap for UNICEF's regional work on inclusive quality education, again focused on disability, but also really to try and provide some sort of resource as well that would help road mapping and strategic development in individual countries too. Next slide, please. The theoretical framework, which I won't go into in huge detail, although it is in the report, which I'm sure you've all seen, is informed through the general comment number 4 on inclusive education systems. So that's the right to inclusive education through the UN CRPD. And we worked with the ESARO regional office to adapt the frameworks that we'd already used in our work with other UNICEF regional offices in East Asia Pacific and in South Asia, and this one was a third mapping exercise that we've done. So the framework really tries to theorise the conditions that are necessary for inclusive education. So that includes an enabling environment, increased demand and participation of persons with disabilities and their families, improved supply or service delivery, and also attention to gender transformative initiatives and disability responsive humanitarian programming. So it's a very, very comprehensive framework, and if you look at the report, and indeed if you look at general comment number 4, both of them provide very clear guidance on the order in which you should try to do things. It's really quite important when you're strategically planning that you're thinking long term. How do we build a more inclusive society, and therefore how do we identify the systems that we need to develop in order to do that? In the report there are clear progress markers. It's a developmental approach, and it accepts that you may be at different points in your development in different areas of inclusion. Some areas you might be doing very, very well, others you need to maybe accelerate the work that you're doing. So it's a 5-level scale progress review framework. At one end there's no intervention, that means there's no strategy in place, and the systems that are there remain rooted in a very old-fashioned medical model. The next one is initiating, which is planning and discussions are ongoing to initiate reform. The next one is developing, which is strategies for inclusion are being developed and they're being piloted, and there's a range of ongoing efforts. The fourth one is establishing, so strategies are in place and they're institutionalised through policies and strategic plans. Implementation may be ongoing, but the scale is still limited, but promising results are emerging. And the final stage is championing. Strategies are institutionalised through policies and implemented widely, and there's strong evidence of large-scale positive impact. So the key findings, now I'm going to work through these, and I know that we've got different country representation in the room, so what I'm going to try and do although countries are moving in the right direction, a lot of them are still showing evidence that they're still wedded to medical models of thinking around disability, which is something that needs to be unpacked and challenged and explored in order to find ways to move towards a more social model. We often see that there's a list of defined types and categories of disabilities, and several countries have adapted the CRPD definition and EMIS data management, not just at the school level, but throughout the whole system. We found that most countries are at the initiating stage in service delivery domain. We find overall special education still remains to be the dominant approach in most countries. Education system where you still have a dominant special education system. of the shift towards decentralized ways to support our teachers in the classroom. Having focal point teachers, having specialized support teachers who can provide really strong inclusive advice and training at the local level is a crucial thing. Tanzania's Ministry of Education initiated teacher training for mainstream teachers, delivered nationwide, and 900 teachers were trained as trainers. There's an awful lot here actually. I don't think I'm going to be able to go through all of these points, but just to say that all of the countries in the room I think have done a lot of good work on learning environment. Lesotho and Rwanda have shown good evidence of work on curriculum, pedagogy and assessment. And in terms of support services, we can see Kenya, Malawi, Rwanda and Tanzania are developing some strong examples of support services for children with disabilities in getting them to school and supporting them when they're there. Sorry. Next slide, please. This is the progress in increasing demand for and participation in disability inclusive education in the region. So we can see overall the region is at the initiating and developing stages of raising awareness and challenging persisting negative attitudes and beliefs on disabilities. And we can see evidence that governments and organisations, including OPDs, are actively exploring different strategies to raise awareness. Some good examples of this in Kenya: there are advocacy activities being conducted contributing to increased knowledge of disability and inclusion. In Lesotho, civil society, and OPDs and intergovernment organisations are leading diverse advocacy efforts to promote positive attitudes and behaviours towards people with disabilities. Malawi's government ministries, civil society and OPDs have conducted advocacy programs to raise awareness, and in Tanzania the government and civil society are collaborating to increase awareness. A significant majority of the countries in the region are at the initiating stage of including children with disabilities and their families and OPDs in decision making, decisions that affect their education. Policies in several countries generally encourage the active participation in school level planning. However, there's generally low participation of children with disabilities and their families in educational processes, despite these enabling policies. So this may well suggest that the enforcement of the mechanisms on participation and collaboration across the region really needs strengthening. We've got good examples from all the countries in the room around the work that they're doing to initiate this and to really get it into a stage where it can be scaled up across the country. So it really sounds as though I think that for all countries in the room you've got work that you can build on and expand in this area. The next slide looks at cross-cutting issues, so particularly gender and humanitarian issues. So governments in almost all the countries show a strong commitment to integrating gender equity in their education and disability policies and plans. Policy commitments on addressing gender-related issues, such as equity and gender-based violence, across the region have yet really to show an impact on the ground, though. Data on gender and research on drivers of gender inequities really still lack a disability lens. So this is an area that can really be developed. We have got some examples, again, from countries in the room. Malawi's National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy and Implementation Plan does include strategies for increasing the participation of girls with disabilities in all spheres of life, such as education, but also addressing violence against girls with disabilities and improving knowledge to address negative attitudes and behaviours against girls with disabilities. We can see that rapid gender assessments were conducted in Malawi, Rwanda, Kenya and Tanzania, And findings show that the pandemic-related school closures significantly reduce the access of girls and boys to a range of services, including education. The majority of countries in the region provided disability-inclusive responses to support continuity of learning during the pandemic. However, we found that humanitarian programming, other than for COVID-19, really, as I said earlier, needs a much stronger disability focus. Some examples, in Rwanda, several societies, organisations together with UNICEF provided psychosocial support services through home-based play and games to children with and without disabilities during the pandemic. And there was a learning continuity programme which also had a focus on the participation of children with disabilities. Kenya's Ministry of Education and UNICEF worked together to ensure that learning continuity initiatives during COVID included children with disabilities. And in Tanzania, students were provided catch-up programmes and bursaries to encourage return to school and to try and minimise dropouts. So that's a really very, very quick walk through some of the findings and some of the examples, particularly related to countries in the room. If we've missed out anything significant, I'm sure that you'll share it with each other. I apologise for that, but a limited time meant that I couldn't say everything. So overall, the recommendations that come out of the report to ratify the CRPD and reform national legislative frameworks. In most countries that is either happened or is ongoing, which is great. To increase accountability through disability inclusive strategic planning, monitoring and resource allocation. So sector planning really needs to set out practical ways in which the system can be shifted towards inclusive education. So I think that really, we would suggest, means breaking down broad national strategic goals concerning children with disabilities into much more detailed and costed implementation plans. So you can really strengthen accountability, ensure resource allocation, and really be clear where you're going to get support from various stakeholders. Beyond education work with ministries all around the world, and we find this is a common planning, a common planning issue, that there's not enough detail and there aren't costed implementation plans, and it's often very, very difficult for the various stakeholders to work out where they can support the government in its education sector planning, for example, in relation to disability inclusion. So, you know, if you're not already doing it, really breaking down your national strategic goals around children with disabilities and making them more detailed, and make sure you've got costed implementation plans so that you can really then have a very clear monitoring framework that helps you target what you're doing and whether you're making progress or not.
Thank you so much, Peter, for sharing with us the findings of this regional mapping that UNICEF ESARO has supported and that Beyond Education has developed thanks to all the national teams of Eastern and Southern Africa countries. We are a bit late on the agenda, but we can take a few questions, one or two from the floor. I would like maybe to add that the report is available online. We can share again the link. It is full of very good practices from all of your countries. A very interesting document to read. I think we will hear also about good practices from your country, particularly you that are visiting Kenya today, in the panel discussion that we will have right after the break. So, and then I would like to also during the break know who will be the panelists from the Tanzania Zanzibar delegation, so that we can welcome you in the panel. And thank you again. If you can stay online for a few minutes, Peter, we might get some question from the floor, and then we'll do the health break. So from the floor, any question that you would like to speak?
they adapt the curriculum, they adapt the activities to make sure that everybody education-based system. The other thing that I would say, again, it's not exactly bad practice, but it's disappointing, is the lack of attention to developing early intervention, early identification across the region. Again,
Thank you very much, Peter. I think we're gonna now go to 20-minute break. I would like maybe to say before the end of this session that the exercise of mapping where your countries are in terms of disability inclusive education has enabled some countries also to work on a roadmap based on where they are. And that's particularly true for Tanzania, for Lesotho, that now has built on national workshop to sit together with the different stakeholders working on disability inclusive education and draw a roadmap so that they are more comfortable to now integrate this intervention, this vision into education sector plans and things like that. So, and once again, Peter and his team has been able to help those exercises that we are very also satisfied with. So thank you so much, Peter. For us in the room, so we are proposing to go downstairs for a group photo first, and then coming back for the break. It's 11:02. I would like to propose that at 11:22 we come back here and we set up for the 3 panel discussions, and we will have delegation members for that sitting here. Thank you so much, and have a good break. So coming back 11:22. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time to come back to the room and to start the panel discussions. I would like to invite our two panelists to join Mr. Haga. I would like to call Mrs. Wakuru Rachel Manini, Director of Special Needs Education for Tanzania mainland. And I would like to also invite Mr. Hastings Magombo, Senior Inclusive Education Officer from Malawi, Malawi Ministry of Education.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that refreshing break, we are getting into the panel discussions, and the purpose of this is just to help us learn from each other. You are in Kenya and you'll be hearing quite a lot about what Kenya does, and so we felt that for this session we also give opportunity to the visiting countries so that we can also learn from them what they're doing in the different countries. And we have the three thematic areas of focus, which we'll be diving into soon. But for the first session, we'll look at financing education, especially disability inclusive education. And to help me discuss this, we have two participants from Malawi, Hastings, and from Tanzania, Rachel Mwakuru. My name is Frederick Haga. I'm the Director of Special Needs Education, and I am happy to chair this session. I know we are running a bit behind schedule, so we may not have as much time as we had wanted to. So I'll be asking the panelists to share with us two critical reforms that they have in their country with the specific reference to financing disability inclusive education. And I'll request Hastings to go first. Hastings, in about 2 to 3 minutes, please share with us two reform interventions that you have in Malawi around funding of disability inclusive education. Thank you. Over to you, Hastings.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Malawi has developed the policy direction related to financing inclusive education, and Malawi has got the is developing the National Inclusive Education Policy, which is taking financing of inclusive education as a priority area, more especially supporting children and students with disabilities in the primary section, secondary section, and the higher education. Malawi government has provided funding through the ministry at the national level, so that the Directorate of Inclusive Education should be able to provide the inclusive education services, more especially supporting children with disabilities. Adding to that, Malawi is also providing financial support to children with disabilities in secondary education as well as higher education. In the basic education, we have the grants that are provided to schools, and these are called school improvement grants, whereby in those primary schools, the funds are provided for access for students with disabilities, as well as supporting children with disabilities who are in school. Some of them are coming from ultra-poor households, so these funds at the primary school level are also used to buy school uniform and teaching and learning materials for students. We have also financing towards scholarships. In secondary education, the government of Malawi is providing scholarships to students with disabilities. Even various partners, UNICEF, CAMFED, they are providing scholarships to girls as well as boys who have got disabilities, so that they should have equal access to quality education. In addition to that, the Malawi government, from Ministry of Education in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender, we have developed a disability trust fund, whereby institutions who are supporting students with disabilities to apply to the fund, so that they should be able to support students with disabilities in various institutions, right away from the primary education, secondary education, up to higher education. Even though Malawi is doing this, we are looking for more support, because the learners with disabilities now are increasing in number. Learners with disabilities are going through higher education. In higher education, we have an automatic policy whereby students, if they have got good grades, they are automatically being taken into secondary university education. The same applies to primary education. If they get a pass, they are already eligible for secondary education. So the numbers are increasing, and we need more scholarships and more funds to ensure that these students with disabilities have equal access to quality education in all of the sectors of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hastings, for sharing with us those interventions that you're having in Malawi. I know there could be questions, but we will hold onto our questions a little bit. Let us hear from Tanzania, Madam Rachel Wakuru, maybe 2 to 3 minutes of what Tanzania is doing regarding funding disability inclusive education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Wakuru Manini from the Ministry of Education, Special Education Unit. I would like to share best practice in Tanzania concerning the issue of disability and inclusion. In my country, we have national budget allocation for the sector, which we plan to distribute different departments so as to support the provision of education for learners with disability. And we use those money in buying assistive devices and to provide capacity building for teachers, where we build capacity for educational leaders such as school quality assurers, RIOs, regional education officer, and district education officer, so that they can be familiar with the inclusion practices in order to support them to provide appropriate support for learners with disability. And also, we have strategic actions to support the issue of inclusive and the gender. So we developed strategies such as we have a national strategy for inclusive education, and you have operational plans that support the implementation for inclusive education. In the national strategy of inclusive education, we have major strategies such as building community engagement in the provision of education. We work collaboratively with educational stakeholders in order to support delivering of inclusive education. And as we know, now we have major policy reform and curriculum reform in our country. So we developed multiple strategies in order to support disability and inclusion. And we put more emphasis on provision of competition grants for learners with disability, and we top up with provision of meals in school. They have the privilege of getting meals in school setting. And also, as a government from Tanzania, we have initiative of providing scholarship for teachers who opted to study in special needs and inclusion for pre-service and in-service teachers. They have got scholarship. And also, as a government, we're financing of procure and distributing assistive devices for learners with disability and the teachers who have disability, so as to help them to get instructional devices to support them to work effectively. And also, we support, we're financing on capacity building. We usually conduct seminars and workshops to build capacity on effective ways of delivering inclusive education with more emphasis for people with disability, and also the issue of gender. Because according to our context, inclusion is beyond disability. Inclusion is beyond for learners with disability. We categorize them in 13 groups. We have inclusion based on gender, inclusion based on disability, inclusion for the learners who are against on the laws, inclusion based for learners who have prolonged diseases for a long time. We include them. We have a strategy for them. So inclusion for Tanzania is beyond, it's too compressed, it's beyond the disability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I think we have heard from Malawi and their specific interventions, and we've also heard from Tanzania. Although we have very little time, I will allow for 2 questions. Any of members on the floor who is seeking some clarification, please limit your question to just 1 and be very precise so that we can hear from them and before we move on. Thank you.
I see 3 hands in the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Yumna Manga from Zanzibar, and my question is for both of the panelists. You said that you provide assistive devices to students. I would love to know, these assistive devices sometimes, or mostly all the time they need regular checkups, whether annually or after 6 months. Do you do these checkups to those students whom you provide with assistive devices? And if you do that, who's funding it, the checkups, and how far do you go with it? Thank you.
We'll take all the questions so that the panelists are able to respond at once.
There are two here, and there is one question online, I think.
Thank you very much. I'm Francis Getao, Curriculum Support Officer for Special Needs Education, Kiambu IAC. I have one question in regard to funding for identification of learners with disabilities. How in your countries do you ensure that there is adequate funding for the identification of those learners with disabilities? And who is charged with that responsibility in your countries of ensuring that those learners are identified, assessed, and placed appropriately in the appropriate learning institution? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Martha Grappa from Kenya. My question goes to our colleague from Tanzania mainland. I'm following up on what the participant has asked on the provision of the learning assistive devices. I know a lot has to do, first of all, with coming up with the actual needs. So my question is, how do you usually ensure that you get the actual data of the learners who really need the learning assistive devices? And are you able to meet the needs of all those learners? I'm interested in that because in the GP-funded project that Kenya is currently implementing, we have actually purposed to provide learning assistive devices for our SNE learners. But we realize that the data of these special needs areas is a big challenge to us. So we have purpose to do a serious needs assessment, a survey to ascertain where these learners are and what type of disabilities they are having. And we realize it's a very expensive venture. So I would like to know what Tanzania is doing to be able to ensure that you get the actual data before you even go ahead and start procuring the assistive devices for those particular learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are enough questions from the floor. Helen, did you say we have a question online?
So there are actually two other questions here in the room and one online. If you think that we can go with the responses for now and then we take the three other questions, that's fine. Just, I would like with your permission, Mr. Haga, say that we're going to have another panel on accessible learning material. It's the third panel, so we'll be able also to discuss those issues. Mr. Haga, should I take the three other questions, or we go to the panelists for the responses?
I think since we are just starting today, we have 2.5 days to go. Please, if you have a question, you can note it down so that for this particular session, we take the online questions and we will be able, like Helen has said, to respond to some of those questions in subsequent discussions. Because we still have 2 areas to discuss and time is not on our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we take the online questions?
Yes.
Yes, so this is
Things. And Mwakul, I hope you have heard the questions.
Yes.
Yes. So, Madam Mwakuru, you'll go first, and then Hastings will come. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to start with the question which have been asked, how Tanzania conduct, do Tanzania have a system to conduct, to collect data for the learner with disability? In Tanzania, we have a system to collect data for learner with disability, which starts from the school level up to the national level. And this data got from the system which we call EMIS and BEMIS and CIS, where we get the information from school, and after that, we conduct situational analysis that inform us how to make plausible decision to give them learner with disability assistive devices. So in Tanzania, we have educational support resource center where we use it to conduct the issue of screening and identification in the assessment to identify learners' unique needs. So after conducting assessment in SLAC, we identify the needs of assistive devices. So we usually conduct medical examination assessment in our assessment centers. So we have regional assessment centers and national assessment centers that are used to conduct assessment from medical perspective. So after getting the results, we decided to provide assistive devices for learners with disability. Another question is all about what funding, where do we get funding for identification? Identification for learners with disability. These SLAC are under the Ministry of Education. We are the one who coordinating education support resource center for assessment. And the funding are coming from central government, but sometimes we collaborate with educational stakeholders who are interested to support us on conducting assessment for learners with disability. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to Hastings.
Thank you very much. I come to the point of where do we get funding for assessment. Malawi has got a policy. We are drafting an inclusive education policy where assessment and identification is one of the priority areas. So Malawi government, as I said, that it provides funding at the national level, at the regional level, as well as at the district level. These funds at the national level earmarks the earmark procurement of teaching and learning materials, and almost 75% of the funding goes there. And because of that, we developed coordination structures: Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Gender, where now we identify the learners, we assess them, and now we provide the appropriate teaching and learning resources, as well as appropriate assistive devices. In addition to that, the district do the same. There are some learners who may not be supported from the national level. The funding that goes to the district level, that funding also earmarks learner identification and assessment. So the local councils engage special needs teachers, as well as the Ministry of Health, who have got personnel for clinical assessment, as well as Ministry of Gender. So they have a comprehensive assessment where now they visit the schools identifying the learners, assessing the learners, and taking the specifications for the assistive devices. After that, it's when provision of assistive devices is done. Coming to the question whereby she wanted to know that these devices that are provided, how do we go about with these devices? Indeed, as learners are growing, their level of access to assistive devices change. And we ensure that at the first stage, when the learners are entering school, standard 1, they have to be assessed. And every year, the districts do have assessment programs whereby the assessment team within the district go around the schools. Those ones who are provided with the glasses, hearing aids, and other assistive technologies, they are also reassessed so that they should know the level at which these learners are assessing. So we make sure that assessment should really be done regularly. Where do we get the funding? We have partners. We have UNICEF, which is giving us also a lot of support in the area of assessment and identification. Apart from the government funding, which is done at the national, district, and school level. There is also USAID. We have also other organizations like NextGen. All these organizations, they are supporting government efforts to ensure that learners who have got diverse needs should have adequate assistive devices. And this now has led up to, it acts as also an advocacy too. Because when the parents see that one of the children with disability has received an assistive device, they are attracted also to take their children to school. And in that way, more learners with disabilities are having access to assistive devices.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree that this is a rich area for discussion, and I know there could be more questions from the floor, but in the interest of time, I request that we stop there. The whole idea was just to start the conversation. Luckily, we have 2.5 more days to continue with the conversation while we are still here in Nairobi, but the discussion will continue even beyond the Nairobi meeting. It is interesting what has come up regarding how the different countries offer grants and fund disability inclusive education. And we will, as a country, Kenya will be sharing its practice in the afternoon, and even that particular time we should be able to discuss hearing, the experiences from the other country. Because one thing that we really should determine is that cost of disability in education. Who bears it? Does the government bear that cost fully, or do parents, or is the cost passed to the parents? Are there children who probably don't access schooling because of inadequate funding? And those are discussions that we are going to continue having. So ladies and gentlemen, I request you to join me in appreciating our two panelists for that session. That is Wakuru Manini and Hastings Magombo, for having shared with us their country experiences. Let us clap for them. Thank you. As we transit to the next discussion, I will request Wakuru to join the floor, because we are having a new panelists. It happens that Hastings is still going to participate in this second session. So we are having we're having Lesotho now, Malawi, where we still have Hastings, and now we'll be having Zanzibar, where we're having Halima Courage to continue with the discussion. Thank you very much, Wakuru. Yeah. So I request those participating in the discussion on teacher training and support to join Hastings. So this was one of the other the thematic areas. We know the critical role that teachers play in education, and specifically disability inclusive education. We will be hearing from the 3 countries, that is Malawi, Lesotho, and Tanzania, Zanzibar, what their country experiences are. And I'll be asking them the same question. Probably we can limit it to just 2 specific reforms or interventions that you have in your country, which you can share with us around teacher training and support. After you have shared with us, if we have time, we'll take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the floor so that we can seek clarifications. This time, I want each person to, as you begin speaking, you introduce yourself and what you do, and then share with us 2 specific interventions around this theme of teacher training and support, which you can share, that you feel really is important for disability inclusive education. And I'll start with Halima, Zanzibar.
Okay, thank you. I'm so appreciated to given the chance to share with you the experience of intervention in terms of training, teacher training and support. Minister of Education and Vocational Training.
Sorry, could you start by introducing yourself and what you do? Thank you.
Okay. My name is Halima Mohamed Hamis from Inclusive Education Life for Skill, Zanzibar. I'm here to share experience with you how we intervene through teacher training and support in our country. Minister of Education work together with multi-sectoral institutions, including development partner like Madrasa Al Shaidu Zanzibar, UNICEF, GPE, purposely to ensure the building capacity to teachers. In Zanzibar, we have almost 54 schools that receive inclusive training, inclusive education training through school base. Also, in the training, we aim to build awareness to encourage teachers to, also in the training, we aim to build awareness to teachers on inclusive education, as well as to encourage them to establish SIT. SIT is a school inclusion team that focus to solve the inclusive challenge in the specific school. Also, we encourage teachers to return back the out-of-school learner, including student or learner with disability. Apart from that, we provided the teacher skill of screening, identification, and make referral, as well as support the learner with disability. In addition, we are in process in curriculum reform to CBC, competitive-based curriculum. The curriculum considering much inclusive education. So, the new curriculum, the new curriculum we provided the teacher that we integrated the package of inclusive education to teacher. So, following this, all teachers from lower primary school provided training, including inclusive education package. Apart from that, new employees provided induction course that include package of inclusive education. Also, we conduct sign language training to teacher so as to support the learners with deafness. Apart from those, still we have the problem. Some students, we have we have shortage of special teachers, especially in the skills of sign language and braille. Thank you so much.
Thank
Welcome
you
for any questions.
Thank you so much, Halima, for sharing with us the experiences from Zanzibar. Clearly, Zanzibar is doing quite a bit. And I'll now ask Lesotho to share with us. Please just limit yourself to 2 practices that you want to share with us around this topic of teacher training and support. Lesotho, please.
Thank you very much, Frederick. I hope you can hear me. My name is Mahube Kalengwan. I am the Chief Education Officer for Curriculum and Assessment in Lesotho, and also a KIX focal person. Now, in Lesotho, as far as teacher training support is concerned, we regard a creation of a policy environment that enables us to respond adequately to the special learner needs as one of the major interventions. And in that broad policy environment, I would like to cite our inclusive education policy, which is giving us the common understanding of disability, inclusive education, its manifestations, its types, and its forms. And alongside that, there are other supporting policies, such as, which I would like to quote today, the education language policy, with which we are going to begin to see sign language as one of the languages of instructions in school. And we are also motivating, advocating for it to be recognized as one other national language. Now, for teachers specifically, one major intervention is the introduction of programs at tertiary. Our only Lesotho College of Education has introduced a program that provides just an overall understanding of inclusive education in Lesotho. And if ever learners want to proceed to the other degrees, the National University of Lesotho provides first degrees, master's degrees, and even doctorate degrees in that regard. We further are providing support to teachers as far as in-service training is concerned. That we do largely through the same institutions that I've just cited above, but also we have a unit, which I'm going to talk more about later, which is dedicated specifically for inclusive education, which is overseeing the training of teachers through what they call itinerant teachers, who are there in schools to support those who are teaching in the classroom. And we are also working on a teaching module, which is going to enable us to offer teacher training as far as in-service is concerned, more or less at a standardized format. And lastly, there are inclusive education guidelines, which have been benchmarked internationally, that we use to support teachers, especially new entrants into the profession. Now, the last one that I want to talk about, Frederick, is the special education unit, whereby now we are honing in on issues of management and leadership. Although special or inclusive education is as broad as any other education, you still have to design curriculum, you still have to inspect or monitor, you still have to assess that curriculum. But we have a coordinating unit which is overseen by a manager, which is putting all the things together. And we think so far it's working very well. And we've had a boast of a very strong collaboration and networking with development partners in Lesotho. Whatever we are doing, UNICEF is in there, UNESCO is in there, and even the local providers of inclusive education are part of what we are doing. And also the community has been a very strong supporter of what we do in Lesotho, such that we have got very minimal cases of learners who are being hidden because of their situation as far as disability is concerned. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing with us the Lesotho experience regarding teacher training and support. I believe Hastings is now well rested after having participated in the first session. Please share with us the Malawi experience.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister of Education takes teacher education as one of the critical areas in inclusive education. As such, Minister of Education has developed a sign language teacher training module whereby all the teachers now will have access to sign language trainings so that they should be able to support learners with deafness. In addition to that, Minister of Education has revised the initial primary teacher education curriculum so that it should include all learners. And previously, the foundation studies department had inadequate time to teach inclusive education lessons. But now the curriculum has been revised, and the time allocation for inclusive education has been increased. In addition to that, in all the teacher training colleges, we have special needs teachers who are now supporting other teachers who are going under training so that they should be able to support learners in an inclusive setting. We are also, as Malawi, undertaking an upgrading of the initial primary school teacher training education certificate to a diploma and degree course. Because currently we are offering certificate courses in teacher training, all the 12 public teacher training colleges as well as the private ones. So the inclusive education policy has emphasized on the fact that all these teacher training colleges should have adequate teacher trainers who are equipped with knowledge and skills in inclusive education. Malawi has also established 3 new teacher training colleges. In these teacher training colleges, now we have developed the Department of Inclusive Education. So we want these teacher training colleges to be model teacher training colleges so that other teacher training colleges should be going to these teacher training colleges and also learn how best they can promote inclusive education in the teacher training colleges. We have 2 teacher training colleges who are specifically training special needs teachers. In these colleges, the Malawi government is providing adequate funding so that we should address the issue of inadequate specialist teachers. And in these colleges, they are offering diploma courses in inclusive education as well as a certificate course in inclusive education. Finally, as Malawi, we are getting support from different partners, more especially to ensure that learners with disabilities are receiving adequate support. The learning environment in the inclusive setting should be conducive to these children with disabilities. As such, we are conducting CPDs in various schools so that whenever children with disabilities have joined school. The schools should be welcoming. Sanitary facilities, they should be available. The schools should be disability friendly. So for this to be done, the teachers need adequate support, and they need to be given pedagogies and skills on how best they can support these learners as a welcoming school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing with us the experience from Malawi. And since this is an engagement, I think it will be very unfair for me to to close out any questions. But then I would like you to check whether we have any question online. We will attend to that first, because I'm just accepting a maximum of 3 questions for this session. So if they're all taken up by the online questions, too bad for those on the floor in the room. Do you have any questions online?
We are checking with Zamzam.
Okay.
Give it a minute.
As you check then, let us hear from the floor. Any question? We are going to have a maximum of 3 questions, those coming online included. If you're seeking any clarification from the 3 country experiences that we have had regarding teacher training and support, this is your time. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I'm Martha Krapa again from Kenya. I know
Martha, you beat me to it. I should have said those who had already asked questions not to ask, but you've beaten me to it. So the mic is yours.
Yeah, I think I'm the only hand.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
Yeah, I'm asking this question because aspects of teacher training and support is very critical, especially if we are to provide inclusive education to our learners and also provide quality education. We must continuously train and continuously support the teachers. My question is on the cost aspect involved. I know because of the numbers of teachers, usually we are not able to do the training as is expected as policymakers in education. So I just wanted to inquire from the panelists, how do you ensure that the training you provide to the teachers is cost effective? And do we just concentrate on mainly in-service? I know Malawi has elaborated how they also take care of pre-service and also in-service. But I know most of us, at times when it comes to aspects of inclusive education, we really do not take much care of it at the pre-service level. We only let the teachers could be want to have some training on it, go back and do further training on it. But I think what is coming out from Malawi is that it's important for us to also ensure that as we undertake the pre-service training, then it is important to let the teachers to have some knowledge on how to undertake inclusive education once they start practicing as teachers. So I think it is really important for us to take care of both pre-service and in-service. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Any other question?
Yeah, online.
Okay.
Let me go to Zamzam.
So we have a few questions online, so I will start with Victoria Kisaki from UNESCO ICBA. Her first question was regarding how are teachers motivated to integrate balanced aspects of pedagogy, therapy, and support for learners with disability. And to all the speakers, especially, it would be great especially to hear from Tanzania.
Thank you.
And sorry.
Sorry, I'm just have to check.
Is there another one?
We are checking, sorry.
It's okay. So I think panelists, I hope you've clearly heard the two questions that have been raised. If you have a response that you can share from your country, it is appreciated. Maybe as they check, we might still have one more question, but we already have two. So we want to start with Tanzania, Zanzibar. Do you have a comment regarding the two questions that are on the floor?
And just adding that there is no more questions.
Good.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. I want to answer the question. Maybe I would like to hear again about the second question about curriculum and integration. I have missed the question.
You'd like the question repeated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, for the online question?
The online question.
Yes. So the question was, how are teachers motivated to integrate balanced aspects of pedagogy, therapy, and support for learners with disability? It's for all the speakers, specifically for Tanzania.
Let us give another person. I will answer later, please.
That is okay. You don't even have to answer it right here, right now. I know you have a team from Tanzania. It's something that you could talk about and then provide the response later. This is about motivation of teachers, so the inclusion of these learners. So, Lesotho?
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. I wanted to respond to my first questions on cost effectiveness and whether we concentrate on pre or in-service. Yes, in Lesotho, we have got a fully established inspectorate under which the very same unit that I talked about, which is dedicated exclusively for inclusive education, operates. So it's a role for them to make sure that they monitor everything that is being done there, including training on new materials that are being bought for the learners living with disability. But I did mention on the second part of your question that in Lesotho we provide programs at college level, at the Lesotho College of Education, on general aspects of inclusive education. And that is fully funded by the government. Teachers don't pay anything. They can opt out of the government sponsorship, but there are mechanisms for them to be financed. And you could even continue into the degree programs. All degree programs are being offered by the National University of Lesotho. At the first degree, master's degree, even the doctorate degree, we have people who have already graduated in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Malawi.
Thank you very much. I just also wanted to add on the issue of cost effectiveness in training of teachers. As Malawi, as I already said, that we do have funding at the district level. And these funds are also used to do orientation and awareness to teachers within the districts. And we also to have school-based orientations and trainings so that within the school setting, the school management organizes trainings so that teachers to be taught on how best they can support inclusive education, as well as also providing adequate support to learners with disabilities within the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the area of teacher training and support raises several interesting discussions. Pre-service, in-service, school-based. I know tomorrow we will have a half day, almost half a day dedicated to learning more about teacher training and support when we visit the Kenya Institute of Special Education. And some of these things are going to come up, especially regarding the Kenyan experience. In a separate discussion, we will also be looking at what is the reward, what is the motivation for this. So ladies and gentlemen, I want us to join, I want you to join me in appreciating our 3 panelists from Malawi, Lesotho, and Tanzania for the sharing session that they've had with us. So join me as we clap for them, and then we move to the final session. Thank you so much. So as they take their seats, we are moving into the final session, and this is the issue of accessible learning material and curriculum. And we'll be having participation from Rwanda, from Tanzania, and from Lesotho.
While the panelists are coming to join you, one of the delegation from Tanzania would like to respond to the question online.
Oh, okay. As the other panelists come to join me, we can give the chance to the team member. And really, this is about the teamwork. So that is fully appreciated. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And to answer, I'll answer both questions, the online and the one that were asked here in the meeting. And for the online, currently we do not have this program for motivation to teachers, but we have taken it as a point to look after. We do not have those kind of programs as a motivation to teachers in pedagogy or anything concerning inclusive education. And as for how do we sustain these trainings to teachers, where do we get the fund? As Bihalima said earlier, we do work with multi-sectoral development partners, including international organizations like UNICEF. But for this year, we got funds from Madrasa Early Childhood Programs, which they get their fund from Norwegian Disability, and we use this for training teachers, and these are the places where we get funds for training. It's from development partners and the government and the National Council for People with Disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And the conversation continues even beyond this room and this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, a critical thematic area of focus was also the issue of accessible learning material to support the curriculum. So in this final session, we are going to hear from these 3 countries, their experiences that they want to share with us. Please, panelists, again, I know Wakuru has been here before, but you'll still introduce yourself and just briefly tell us what you do as you share with us 2 key aspects of this theme that you'd like to share with us today. I want to start with Rwanda.
Thanks a lot. I'm Bernardine Mukakizima, education specialist working in UNICEF Rwanda. Okay, well, it's unfortunate to notice the absence of the Ministry of Education delegation here. There was an issue that was the basis of their absence here. But as UNICEF and the Ministry of Education were always working together, I think that the information that I'm going to share is accurate because we work together with the Ministry of Education. Well, we have Rwanda were invited to share experience on inclusive and accessible learning materials and the curriculum. Quickly, I'm going to start sharing experience regarding with how Rwanda has ensured that the curriculum is inclusive. In Rwanda, there are 4 types of curriculum/programs. We have a learning program. We have a competence-based curriculum for basic education program. We have the pre-service program, and we have curriculum for children with intellectual disability. Starting by sharing how the e-learning program is inclusive, this program has been developed by the Ministry of Education, of course with support of different stakeholders. It was enrolled since 2018 in pre-primary, but we noticed that this is not fully inclusive, and after noticing that, a long discussion happened between the Ministry of Education and the Rwanda Basic Education Program and the stakeholders, and we are planning to amend it to ensure that this e-learning program is fully inclusive. We apologize for that. And for basic education curriculum, it is a curriculum for primary and secondary levels. It started to be developed since 2013, and it has been started to be enrolled in schools in 2016. And this curriculum also is itself is not fully inclusive, but to ensure that it is inclusive, there was a development of a teacher training guide for primary and secondary to ensure that at least the teaching pedagogies that are applied are inclusive. Yeah, this is what Rwanda tried to do, and of course, when the curriculum is amended, we will have experience from different countries, and we ensure that the curriculum itself is fully inclusive. And about the curriculum for children with intellectual disability, it is a very nice curriculum that it is a curriculum for children with disability. We cannot say it is inclusive. It is inclusive itself. And this is operational. Based on this curriculum, teacher training guide were developed, and special schools are using this curriculum, and the teachers were trained. This is operational very well. And for pre-service teacher program, it is also inclusive. It has been developed in 2018 and started to be enrolled in 2019. And this curriculum was developed to prepare teachers who were learning in a teacher training center to be prepared to deliver inclusive pedagogy once they start teaching in primary. So there are subjects that are very inclusive, a standalone subject on inclusive education, which is examinable, and you notice that it is a very important curriculum that is providing teachers which have skills already on inclusive pedagogies, and they are enrolled, they are employed in primary, having adequate enough skills in inclusive education. I think that for this topic on the curriculum, this is what I can say quickly with the time I was provided. And about the accessible learning material, this is an area that we are working on, but we are about to complete. There is a division of labor among different development partners in supporting this area, accessible learning material. We have World Bank, we have UNICEF, we have USAID. We are supporting the Ministry of Education and Rwanda Basic Education Board to ensure that this learning material, competence-based curriculum aligned material are accessible to children with disability. I'd like to mention that before COVID, we have supported to the Ministry of Education to ensure that resource rooms were created with printed out learning material which are disability adapted. But the experience from COVID, where we had headache to ensure that children with disability who were learning from home had to access this learning material, it was not easy. Rwanda has set up a program, Open Doors for Learning, that was appropriate for children learning remotely. But for children with disability, with different type of disability, we could not easily really help them learn from home. So based on this, there was a thought of digitalizing different textbooks. Yeah, this idea was nurtured, and World Bank started helping the digitalization of teacher learning material textbooks for P1 and P2 and P3, and UNICEF is helping digitalization of textbook for P4, P5, P6. It was a long process, dear. It was a long process, very costly, requiring experience and expertise. But the good news is that all this material from P1 to P5, P6 have been developed and almost completed. And now Rwanda Basic Education Board is uploading on e-learning, an e-learning platform. And the new school year is starting on 25 December. All these textbooks will have finished to be uploaded on REB e-learning platform. And children with disability will be accessing all these accessible digital textbooks. And I wanted to mention also before ending my presentation to share the different the challenges we're facing, especially on accessible learning material. This is a program that is requiring it's taking time to digitalize textbooks. It is very costly. Different development partners are really not ready to support because we still have secondary level and the pre-primary. So we are facing challenge. The Ministry of Education is challenging. It is a very good initiative, a good work, but financing this is a challenge because of it is very costly. Another challenge I would like to share, it is a requirement of different devices for children and teachers to access this digital material. They require computer, they require different type of services, internet connection, power, etc., etc. All these things are so expensive and require advocacy and engagement of many different donors. So the Ministry of Education is conducting advocacy to ensure that all this material school level. Thank you very much. This is the
the curriculum which is, it's not so flexible as the inclusive education require it. However, the curriculum, we know it informs all the activities, including the teaching and learning materials. Now we make it inclusive by adapting it and modifying it, and also providing the reasonable accommodation. By reasonable accommodation, we mean that we assess, after identifying learners, we assess and then see to it that we provide the appropriate teaching and learning material in order to address the individual needs. We also provide the IEPs. That is where the itinerant teachers help the teachers and learners to develop the IEPs for individual learners. And again, during the assessment, each individual is being supported with the devices which are meeting their needs. For example, for visually impaired learners, we provide the textbooks which are brailled. We also provide the audio and the audio materials for teaching and learning. Now for the assistive devices, we provide those ones with address the different disabilities. In Lesotho, we have 4 main disabilities, which are visual impairment, we have hearing impairment, physical impairment, and intellectual disabilities. So these intellectual disabilities consist of many types of disabilities, including the autism, of which it is the numbers are increasing nowadays. We don't know why the numbers are increasing in autism. So we have also developed the guidelines, the teaching guidelines for severe intellectual and multiple disabilities. That is also to meet the curriculum demands so that it can be flexible for all learners. For the assistive devices, learners are assessed before they are being provided with the assistive devices. We also provide the sign language interpreters in order to support teachers in the classroom for deaf learners, so that they can interact well with the teachers and other learners. And again, we have the digital resources which are being provided for all of the learners with different disabilities in the classrooms, and some of them are individual. So the challenge of the assistive technologies is that in Lesotho, in some schools, we don't have the internet connection and electricity connection. So that makes it difficult to use those assistive devices because teachers may sometimes have to use their data, of which sometimes is expensive, because we also have the free primary education. So learners are not paying any school fees, so that we can leave no learner behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that Lesotho sharing. And our final panelist this afternoon is from Tanzania. Please introduce yourself and share with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm Wakuru Manini from the Ministry of Education, Department of Special Needs. I will share experience about inclusive and learning material and curriculum. In Tanzania, we have Institute of Education that is responsible for development of curriculum material. So this Tanzania Institute of Education is responsible to design accessible materials that cater for diverse needs. For example, Tanzania Institute of Education produce accessible learning material for learners with visual impairment, such as Braille textbook or textbooks with larger prints. Okay, and this institute is responsible to produce digitalized materials that will be accessible to cater for the diverse needs. And also, this institute is responsible, working collaborative with the institute which is responsible for preparing assessment to produce accessible assessment that make adaptation for instruction. For example, in the assessment, sometimes we provide extended time for learners with visual impairment and hearing impairment, and sometimes we produce assessment in an accessible format to allow learners with visual impairment to access without any learning barrier. And also, the Institute of Education, which is responsible for curriculum, also has developed e-learning materials that support learners with disability, and the institute also has a learning monitoring system that supports to build the teachers' capacity and the learner with disability. It's also accessible for all. It has e-library that learners are accessible to access books, which is textbook in accessible format. And also, when you are talking about the issue of curriculum, even in Tanzania we have competence-based curriculum that is accessible for all. In school context, we make it accessible for applying adaptation. We adapt in terms of objective, learning objective, we adapt in terms of content, we adapt with the teaching and learning approaches, we build the capacity for teacher to use multiple approaches that support inclusive setting or inclusive classroom. And also we advise them by building capacity for teachers to adapt the teaching and learning material based on their learners' needs. So when you are talking about curriculum in Tanzania, in order for learners with disability to access them, most of the time we use the adaptation method, which we impart our student teacher and the in-service teacher so as to adapt teaching and learning material based on unique learning needs for learners. And also we build capacity for teachers to adhere principle of universal design for learning that cater for diverse needs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Akuru from Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had the different country experiences regarding this theme. And for this session, I will only allow 2 questions. We give priority to any that has come online. And this time, if we have people who haven't spoken before, yes, we give them priority, but if we don't have them, we can have those who have asked questions again raising their questions. And then, do we have any question online? And Zamzam?
Yeah, Zamzam.
Yes, we do have one question online. It was from the previous panel, but I think it's a good question. This is from Commissioner Sarah, who is from Uganda. And her question was, what is the teacher's pupil-student ratio for learning with disabilities in primary and secondary? in your countries. I appreciate the funding your countries have committed to inclusive education.
Thank you for that, Zamzam. Do we have questions from the floor?
Yes, we have at least two.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I'm Valentino Zimpita, focal point person in Malawi. My question goes to the three panelists. I just wanted to appreciate, we've talked quite extensively and comprehensively about the curriculum issues in our respective countries. But I just wanted to appreciate that curriculum goes beyond the academic aspect. It also covers the core aspect. I just wanted to appreciate how inclusive are the core activities, things like sports, clubs, societies. Are our students with special needs taken care of? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have seen another hand up. Yeah.
Thank you. Celine Mutisia, Kenya Institute for the Blind. Mine is, okay, first, thank you for good presentation. Mine is on digitalization of content. I want to know which strategies you are using to ensure that you are leaving no one behind, taking into consideration that curriculum materials are highly visual, and when you do the digitalization, we know that you are not taking the hard copy there. So I would want to know how you are, the intervention you are taking on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Is that for all the three countries?
There is another one, another question.
Okay, I think I'll have to be very generous today. I had said 2 questions, but we can't close out a question because of new developments. So let us hear the other question that is being raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, Francis Getao, Curriculum Support Officer for Special Needs Education. I'm asking in regard to assessment. Assessment as in evaluation, where you said that you give extra time for learners with special needs during assessment, but I'm more specific to what type of assessment you give to those learners who, for example, have conditions that make them not able to write. Just one example, like dyslexic learners. Do you make provision for audio kind of exams or assessment so that they can also respond verbally and you record? Do you make provisions for such? Because if they cannot write, then how do you know, which method do you know they have learned? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe there's no other question.
No other question.
Yes, so we have 4 questions that have been asked. Question on digitalization, the question on evaluation of the curriculum, question on co-curricular activities, and there was a question online. I will give the chance to my panelists to respond only to those areas where you can talk to. If you probably don't have information that you can use to respond this afternoon, we can always engage even after this. So I want to start with Rwanda, then we'll go to Lesotho, and finally Tanzania. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for the questions. I'm going to respond to the question regarding with digitalization to ensure no one is left behind. I think that we are all convinced that when we thought about digitalizing the learning resources, it was to respond to the gap, to address the issue of children with disability who many times were not able to access to learning material in a printed mode. we thought about this because when this, from the experience of Rwanda, when we thought about digitalizing textbooks and making them accessible to children with disability, it was in a spirit of really ensuring all children, including all children with disability, are accessing to this learning material. We cannot, for the moment, we cannot say that all children with disability are accessing, because there are other challenges that need to be addressed. As I mentioned, there is a need of these different type of devices, computers, tablets, etc., that children have to possess to be able to access these e-learning, accessible materials. This issue is not yet addressed, but at least the material are digitalized, and addressing this issue of devices, issue of internet connectivities, issue of electricity, they are well known and will be addressed progressively as the budget will be found. But in brief, thinking about digitalizing material, teaching, learning material, it is addressing the issue of non-accessibility of learning material by children with disability. We thought about this. I think I responded to the question. Is it okay? C'est clair? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Lesotho?
Thank you very much.
That instruction for the examination based on their needs, because learner with support with we consider individual needs for learner. And also on the issue of digitalization, we ensure that no child left behind, because we provide laptops, tablets, and we put a special program to support them. So learner with visual impairment get accessible program to support them, because even learner with a special need, they have special program to be accessible for them. So we support them, and we ensure the quality, to maintain our quality. Most of the time, Ministry of Education, we visit Institutes of Education to advise them to make them the curriculum material to be accessible for all, that cater for diverse needs. And also the issue of teacher pupils ratio, we know some of classrooms are overcrowded, but for learner with special needs, sometimes we provide assistant teacher, and most of the time teacher who have special needs, who are specialized in special needs, provide assistance for provide sign language services. And also some of the people who are coming for people of organization of disability support us. We work collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. The theme or the topic on inclusive, accessible learning materials and the whole discussion around curriculum is a very critical one, and actually even the assessment of learning of that curriculum. And I know tomorrow we'll have the opportunity to dive deeper into Kenyans' experience. But based on the presentations that have been made this afternoon, you see issues of curriculum flexibility, issues of the accommodations that are put in place when assessing learning. We also see the issue of relevant curriculum, to the extent that we find that there are maybe some populations that we have to give them a very specialized curriculum. And I think we'll be discussing more of that tomorrow. But for this afternoon, thank you so much, Rwanda, Lesotho, and Tanzania, for sharing your experiences with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, join me in appreciating our three panelists for sharing their country experiences with us. So let us clap for them. Thank you so much. Day one of such engagements, sometimes we find time management becomes a bit of a challenge. Yes, you are panelists, my panelists, you are free to go back to your seats. Yes, so it becomes a bit of a challenge, and I'm sure there are new developments that Helen is going to share with us as we discuss how we move forward from this point, so that we are able to catch up a little bit on some of the time that we have lost. Helen, you want to update us on any new development? Is Helen in the room?
I'm here.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just listening to Zamzam. Yeah, so we were, I was just discussing with Zamzam to which extent we can now pack our thing and go to the lunch area. So we were supposed to have lunch at 12:30. So another group is currently using the lunch area. So we will have to wait until they're done. As far as I know, I'm seeing some arrangement there, but so the idea is now to pack our thing. Right after lunch, we're gonna go to the Ministry of Education. It's a 20-minute walk. We're gonna take some water bottles here, just for us to carry with us, so that if we are thirsty, we can use this water bottle. And we'll spend about 3 hours there at the Ministry of Education, Jogo House. We'll follow our guides from the Ministry of Education, and then we'll come back right after we're done. So I suppose we are now done with the morning session, and we can start leaving this place. I think the lunch area is downstairs, so we might have to wait a bit, as I was saying, as another group is there. In the meantime, we can enjoy the bathroom so that we can be ready for lunch and for the afternoon session. Thank you. Yeah, and then I would like just to tell that for online participants, we thank you very much. The session is over, as we will continue to the ministry. Thank you very much for all those that connected to this webinar. Thank you very much.